Hey everyone, welcome back. Uh, Pardon that little odd bit of delay at the end. I was coming up to a minute ready and my phone started talking to me. I didn't know it was my phone at first. I could hear some very faint talking. I thought it may be someone outside because I got the windows open. But it wasn't coming from the right direction. I thought maybe it's my monitor because one of my monitors has built-in speakers. Not that. Not coming from the right source again. Hang on a second, I didn't lock my phone. I pocket dialed Twitter. But we are now back and live. I've got my audio going, and I thought today we'd start by picking up where we left off last week with Demi to add some to add the rest of the details and do the colouring and shading. So that's today's objective, and if we get done with that, I'll bring up the Artfight site and see if I can start on something there. I've been kind of sluggish with Artfight, but I was a little bit late joining in the first place. So get off my back, anonymous people, imaginary friends. So let's see, what have we got here to add? We have a couple of elements to add to this, starting with separating the anvil from the rest of the background. Right, that's there, and that's Demi. And we have this, that layer can vanish. We have the scenery. We have Demi. And I'm going to separate the lighting and shading for those. And the colors, just because. I'm just going to pop a few of those out for each. No, I don't need the separate lighting and shading. I just need separate colors, I think. And we're actually going to need a third coloring layer, but that will come after this separation. So we cut that out, move it up. That is now, well, that's subject. Down to Demi, new color layer. I don't need that selection anymore. Now, if I have done this correctly and I haven't left too many holes, fair chance given. No, don't need that. I need. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. These both are. There's a few visible gaps in my work here. The question is that enough? There we go. And this is just setting up for, why am I doing that? There's no point doing anything with that yet because I have not yet finished. I can do it with Demi though. Do we have a complete capture? Yes, we do. I have to get all neat clotheslines on him. And we invert that down to there. I want to, yes, shrink it. There, do that. That way it's non-destructive. I can also lock the opacity on that layer. I'm leaving this bit alone here because I have to add a sword to it first. But before I add the sword, I'm going to do something with this pit here. That's the scenery, and we're going to this is where I can I'm fortunate in this that I can essentially I just need to get the rough shape right, and I don't need to care at all about the the actual smoothness of the lines because I'm doing coal. Get a bed of this stuff. Mm-hmm. Because I don't want this thing to be glowing hot, because I planned this as a BRB kind of uh, as a BRB screen. So it's most helpful if I have the nice space here to put that associated text. This is what I mean about the right shape as well. I keep doing these little trails. Has to be more like a pyramid or crescent shape to be the right shape, really. Here, a bit there. I started but didn't get very far through watching the first episode of that new Superman thing, whatever it's called again. Might just be Superman or Superman Lois, or whatever it might be. I've never been the biggest fan of Superman. I was always one of those people who just, I wouldn't say always. When I was younger, I enjoyed him, but growing up, I didn't find him all that uh, engaging as a character until I watched the OSP on it, which did open my eyes somewhat to uh, what I had been overlooking. I still don't particularly enjoy it that much, but now it's less because of any particular dislike of the character and more that that kind of media doesn't catch me very often. But I've been trying to give it a try. Again, after that same the OSP detailed diatribes on Superman, I did go and watch Superman Red Sun and Superman vs. the Elite, and those were both pretty damn good. The scene at the end was a little bit of a letdown compared to what I was kind of expecting. It may have been the delivery or the speechwriter, but it did just kind of fall a little bit flat. And no, I'm kind of picky with I'm kind of picky with my visual media. At least the stuff I'm watching to watch. When I do stuff like this, when I'm not streaming, I'll often have something on Netflix, some kind of movie or some kind of series that doesn't necessarily have to be any good. It can be just, it can be a Transformers thing. It's just any of the. Hell, it can be JoJo of all things. It doesn't matter how kind of weird it is. It just needs to occupy my mind enough to allow me to focus. But aside from that, yeah, that's the kind of the non-critical media that I watch, which is just literally anything that is designed to numb the brain, I guess. It's I suppose that is kind of telling as to what it's there for. It's to numb my head, to distract the thoughts and allow me to focus on what I actually want to be doing. But those two that I watched, I found them decently entertaining. Red Sun I enjoyed a lot more. Uh, Except for the what was it? No, I'm not going to spoil it. It's good enough to not spoil, even if it's been out a while now. There was also there was a little comic series I read that was I believe it was Superman crushes the Klan or something, dealing with uh, dealing with the kind of people who see Superman as some higher evolution thing. But, dealing with people trying to leverage what he is trying to be for for their own very oppressive and cruel ends. So a little bit of Lex Luthor to that, but less. Uh, I can't even say diabolical because Lex has had some tough showings before. God, I remember catching the end of uh, the Justice League movie and what Lex looked like in that. And like, don't get me wrong, I don't know the name of the guy. I'm terrible with actor names or just kind of knowing that sphere in general. But it's kind of comedically bad how unfit the that particular actor was for that role. He does some great roles. That was absolutely not one of them. I don't know why that's what was my particular thing to talk about. So I guess because that was the most recent thing I'd watched. Okay, we have. Let's break this one up a little. Okay, it's a decent bed of coal. Clear this out. So that whole line ain't needed. Actually, it kind of is just just in a couple of places. That back one isn't needed at all, though. It did make me reevaluate my opinion on Superman, though, as a boring character. I do understand I do understand that there is a fair bit more nuance now. Yeah. A bit more to the impression of things. And that, yeah, it's I respect how distinct it is to that in fact he is actually a subversion of on the power dynamic thing. Okay. Now, weapon. Want to put a weapon on here. So let's get I'm going to find a decent looking sword image. The problem I find with fantasy swords is that, or searching fantasy swords, is I want that slightly more out there shape, but it tends to go a bit too far. With the outlandishness of the design. However, I think I have found one that, God, see that the one, oh God, there's one I've got here that's just got quite a nice shape that I tend to enjoy. It's kind of, it's like, it's kind of that. And I like that shape. But then right next to it, there is this one that's like, and I am going to kind of butcher this a little. There's one that's there that's like one part of the blade, second part of the blade, connector bit thing that just, it kind of looks like fabric. Okay, now this is a piece that is currently in construction. So we have, no, that's way too, made that way too wide. Okay. Now carefully, no, it kind of has to have that that natural waviness to it. Trim this off here, slim it down just a little. No, not down there. Bring this one, a central line back to about here. It parts, though that's not a That is not a hole, that is simply a flat section. Hate to see it. It ends here. Now we will have this coming out here. God, this is very thick sword. Okay, well, that will do for that. And then we have the tang. I don't know much about smithing, but I know a little. It's one of those many things that I know well enough to follow if someone talks about it. I can look at something, and if they say something's wrong, I can look at it and see, okay, that makes sense. I see why. But please don't ask me to figure it out myself. Okay, that will suffice. There. Raise this bit on the swords. And give this bit a retry. Repeat this same leaf pattern blade. Close to that. It occurs to me this side should be a more natural curve, while it's this side that should have the sharper outward transition. Because this is the side you can see it on. Nope. I always that's my trouble drawing blades. I always make them too wide. No, I think the previous one actually did it better somehow. There we go. That's what I was missing. The arc inside being too low. And merge that tang. Let's just hide the anvil and demi real quick. That looks... eh. See if we can straighten it up a little. And we'll clear out you and redraw you. Nice thin central line up to the tip. Just the tip. Just there. Now we bring this back. Start erasing those bits that are in the way. And there's not much point in doing this bit non-destructively, as the two things are functionally the same part of the scene. And this is just the habit that I've formed, drawing things as their kind of base forms, quote unquote, and then clearing away. Every time I draw myself, that brass hand that you can see, I always start by drawing the left hand the same as the right, and then redraw the brass over it. Don't think that's necessary anymore to keep that little dot there. Now we do the extra color layer. Hate that weird fuzz. Let's bring Demi back so we can make sure that this is working exactly as planned. No, not quite as planned. There we go. So we have the pigeon. So we have the basic scene. Everything is pinging me. Stop, please. So we've got the basic stuff at least. We have a scene that I could put together and would consider complete. Or at least consider usable. Complete is not the right word to use. This scene is not complete, it's there. So we need to put more in. I want to populate this room with things. Namely, I want something on the shelves, and I want decent walls. Something that makes it at least feel, alive. Hmm. Oh, still need black. This is where these are going to be ingots, I think. Get into here. That's not exactly the. No, ingots definitely have a better shape. They have a more rounded shape. There. These are clearly not flawless tabs, but as far as I'm aware, this Demi is. It might be new to smithing, or newer. those. That is a suitable brick. Now for the boring bit. But those do look right, though perhaps a bit too far forward. I don't know why I can't select them all. Wish I could move multiple layers at a time, but I guess not. Duplicate that, move it up. And I'm aware that that means most of these will disappear, but it helps me figure out the shape of everything. Gonna kick myself in a minute for losing what the original one is being cut out. Oh, let's go down to that one, I believe. Yep. And that one loses most of itself. Next one along. Well, most of this bottom row is going to lose all but a bit of itself. No, no, no. God. Except this one at the end. This one gets to keep most. Going up, slowly across. That's that. And you lose that bit. Oh, not that tiny little lip there. But now we can grab all of these. Merge. Right, they will have some bits going missing, but not by default. So let's duplicate that, drag you across. And I can make these. I'll do one more, and I'll make this bottom row all different colors of metal. Now we have to clear them. And on the scenery layer, this goes. Oh, and I can't forget this. Essentially, essentially the blocks of metal waiting to be used. Currently lurking. Up on top. I do not know what goes into a regular smithy well enough to populate this properly. I know there is well, essentially as a pick of metal or a chisel of metal. No, not chisel. I guess chisel works, but it's but it's just this kind of this strip of metal that is used to poke into things, as far as I'm aware. We'll want some. I guess we'll want some tongs. Because I'm very sleepy today. And that's probably not helping. I don't have the music on. It at least keeps me more awake than I was. Getting some EDM on. Which could be electronic dance music, could be electronic death metal. Slice that off there. That doesn't work. Then now this is the shape of the tongs that I used to have in my fireplace. Chaz. Actually, that kind of claw look. Now, I know this is currently very visually scuffed. That should at least clear things up a little. Now those need to be bigger. Not the whole wedge, please. Oh. The whole tongs. The half-truth. The half-tongs, the whole tongs, nothing but the tongs. Which would also need... needs this layer if it's going to make any sense whatsoever. top and bottom shelves populated with things. Middle two. You know, I want... Oh, not the scenery layer on this one. And then about here. No, not quite right. Needs to be further up. Needs to be like here. Not that wide. What was I thinking? Yeah, spare hammer. Because in this household we are prepared when our hammer breaks. Or that may just be a... Right, this one can be the hammer shelf. Put a couple other types of hammer on here. So we have that. Which I'm thinking is for, smaller works, delicate wiring and stuff, or just smaller pieces rather than wires. Right. That a little bit too. Hammer 2 effectively done. Actually, no, I'll put a little flattening bit here. Good to give an idea of the shape. Mm -hmm. Perhaps a over here. Let's go with that. This will have lines. This is basically, I'm putting in a very basic kind of whetstone kind of shape. And it's like it's meant to be a fairly featureless block, but then next to it, probably overlapping a little, is going to be a box. And this is actually a bit I do know about, which is why I'm putting the box in, because it's easier to contain the water. At least while you're doing the cleaning. Sharpening, rather. And why does not just line tool this? I'm a moron. It's almost as if that's what this tool is here for. See, much quicker. Much less stupid. So yeah, a couple of hammers, whetstone, and the block to put it in while you wash. Final thing, final tier. The different tiers of these are the sub tiers. Don't need that. Is there anything else I can close? Actually, yes, there is. Just a couple of things I realized I probably should have had shut from the start. Not things to see, just saving up a little operating power and peace of mind. Still got Live 2D open. I'll be right back to that after this. I think I mentioned yesterday, or I may have mentioned yesterday, that I scrapped most of the work I'd done, and this next round is definitely looking better. And yes, hopefully, well, with any luck, this week we'll see new things that I'm optimistic about. I may leave that third shelf empty just for sake of getting things done on time. This. I can line tool this as well, because that is going to be square bricks. Wait, no, I can't. I can't line tool it. Well, I can some of it. I can line tool. I can line tool the horizontal sections if it will stop randomly suddenly deciding to that it has lock-on abilities. The rest I can technically still line tool, but it won't be nearly as helpful. Okay. So now we have that. Start putting the vertical lines in. Actually, I'll do the same on this side too. No, not quite. Let's hide Demi. There we go. I talked about it just there like I didn't know what his name was. I've not been able to forget the name. God, remember the name would definitely be his song. However hard he may try to be forgotten. I don't know what dictates the size of each line, where depending on where it is. It seems kind of random to me. Okay, that'll do. So back to this. And I put the other lines down early because the shape of these ones helps me helps me define what the other side looks like, because the other side is, as a result, going to look like this. And through the the power of editing, power of the erase key, the erase function, we get a very easy brickwork design. Oh, I forgot to put the final one. I was zoomed out just a little bit too far. Does mean I have to do this with everything, but that is a sacrifice you are willing to make. Now this is at least easier now because I can just Guess these are long bricks. Give them a split. What is this? Synth flute? Definitely sounds like a definitely sounds like a Megacorp's idea uh, of what like that kind of rustic style music sounds like. It's like, hey, Arasaka have put out their new Sounds of the Mountains track for everyone stuck in the techno hell. Okay, and those ones are the ones that have two. No, wait, no. Okay, so yes, this will be this side. Yeah, this is nice. It might be, it might be Corpo Hell, but it's nice. Corpo Hell. It's real food. Corpo Hell. Oh. Yeah, yeah. After this, I'll be doing. I reckon I'll live 2D and then go search other streams, see if I can find any more other little ones to cooperate with. Can't believe the can't believe currently the most active or the most regularly communicated with friend I have at the moment in this thing is because I clicked on a what is going to be a monthly D&D thing. So then there's one more. Okay, that's some nice brickwork. want... That is oil, so those swirls are going to be the impurities coming to a head. And that's added some life to it. But we're not done yet. That we will get. Going to duplicate this a couple times. And smaller. One more. Don't know if I want to hang anything on these hooks. Actually, not. Yes, I do. I need to be getting more. Need to be getting a little better at my scenes, generally speaking. Merge scenery. I'll only occupy one of the hooks, though. Could be that the other things aren't currently in use or whatever, but I want to put something on one of the hooks. Bikini. National Bikini Day. There's just one hanging up. Disable the anvil for a bit. Travel this back up to here. Then this stuff. Right, I don't need to actually have that end somewhere. That can just taper off as the fabric opens out. We can get to thread the needle enough between there. This is a spare apron with a racing stripe. I don't know what this actually is. Perhaps the tires will be back there, so let's have let's have them hanging out to either side. This one I can do. So this one I'll just tuck there. Then I can put some faint shading in here and imply that beyond a certain point, or well, imply that at least there, or at least in these places, that this is a pocket space. Merge. Okay, so spare apron dangling from a hook. Shell tools on the shelves. There aren't any given deities associated with Demi that, well, not exactly that I could do, but no, I have one little cheeky thing to put on this shelf. Turn that down just so I can get an easier time of it. I think okay. That is enough on that. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I'm going to just shunt this back a little so it's higher. Clear that out. Now to add you to that situation, and God, let's go. Let's go. Little Venus flytrap. This is not exactly it. To be clear, I was told, I was given some freedom on how to approach this in the first place, but this isn't entirely the what was requested. This is my understanding of a few things about Demi as a character, what he holds important, what he's trying to be. Damn right. Da, da, da. Back up to there. Let's merge those, and then I need to trim a little bit of it away because it's hitting that. I put that back in, complete the shelf again. Yeah, and then we have little clay Venus, little Venus flytrap, and I'll add just some regular flowers next to it, just to, again, another little box of those. And these ones I'm going to keep rough in shape. I'm going to draw the whole box on here by hand. Because it's most fitting that these things are handcrafted in a way. Makes sense that these particular shapes are rougher. They are likely, say, handcrafted rather than with a mold, clay, and then fired in a kiln. These streaks to eat some dirt. So that's the tray they'll be resting in, and then the flowers. Okay, I know there's one that's like that, that's got it's a desert flower that has some fairly large white petals in the yellow center. And I want to get rid of that little top of the flower there, plus you. It's all of you taken care of. Move. No, not remove. Merge. Yes, let's do this work and then delete it. No, not quite. I need to put you up to full again. Then merge. I've made that mistake several times in the past. Yeah, many times in the past have I done that. Taken taken a layer that's at 50% opacity, merged it with 100% opacity, and you get the sum of what's left. You get a load of grey lines and with a tiny bit of black in it. Now there's this window, there's this wall, and I am going to put. It's going to be very. Because this is going to be like stone, or this is probably going to be clay as well. Did I even drop my thing there? No, I didn't. Realized I forgot to mention to the person that it's about that I'm currently doing I'm currently streaming their thing. Come on. Line tool it is. What have I got? There. Back to getting OBS open. Just from the angle I've currently got, I want to put that there. That'll just be open. That's good. That's airflow. Don't need to have glass in there. I can just put I'll put some kind of some vague greenery out in that part. I don't think I need any of this really either. Well, I need that. And for this stuff, I just need. Then the rest will be shading. Because I already demonstrate that it's an indentation with those lines. There wouldn't be any other here because it'd be kind of a kind of that. So those very, very loosely defined edges, like the bricks. Okay. Spent a while on the backgrounds. and the scene is looking not necessarily full, but usable now. So I'm going to switch over to the. Going to pull up my references again and start on the colors. This is Demi. Here he is, the lad. That is. Wait, that's Demi. So yes, we're on coloring. I think that might be him. No. A little lighter. There's a little bit more color to him. Oh yes, I put an opacity lock on this so I couldn't actually shade the background if I tried. This bit near the arm is going to be kind of that, even though it's going to fade into the other thing. And there is the downside to this. Some of these lines are thin enough that that little minimization I put in to shrink the thing leaves these tiny little sections. Okay. Lock back on. We have a dark color for the hair, so oh, it's going to be all over this stuff. Yep. Good. This is going to be the first proper guy in my repertoire, so I can put this. This will be helpful for fleshing out the commissions. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did forget to mention. Don't worry, I'm here. Hello. Well, hello, Demi. I was a little bit out of it today as stream time came up, so I'm just a tad naturally spaced. I added a few. Basically, all that's been missed thus far is adding some bits to the background and starting on the basic color stuff. In fact, I think you may appreciate what I've done. I've added some coal to the actual forge pits. The oil for quenching is now actually bricked in, and I filled in the shelves with things. Put a number of various ingots down the bottom that'll just be different metals, hammers, whetstone, tongs, and I can't remember what it's called, but some kind of pick. And just because of just to kind of hint at other things, just hidden down here are a couple of little planters. I know it doesn't really make sense for them to be in a forge, but you know. would 100% have plants in the forge. I'm not sure if they'd be okay with the heat, but I wanted to I wanted to reference the whole trying to be more than like the thing you mentioned before about him learning that his role is about creation as well as destruction uh the life that is the life that plants are. Right, that's the trousers. Uh, Soundstripe, get out of the way. Oh, let's paint down because it's about here before the it's about there before the changes actually before the color mixing actually stops. So yeah, just that was just a I didn't actually know what to put in that area initially, I so I filled it with something that's no, then I just there suddenly hang on, there's a reference I can make. Great Scott, I can infer things. Oh yes, and there's a spare apron hanging on the wall. And the window open to let the air in. How have things been on your end? Let's hide that. Smells like death and sweat, a little bit more death than sweat. I hope that wasn't the summary of how things have been on your end. I hope that was just what the forge smells like. Okay. How's your life been? Smells of death and taxes. Fuck, well, I fucked up my sleep yesterday, managed to fix it mostly. I am still trying to fix my sleep. I am dog tired, which means I'm tired 7 times faster than usual. I'm kind of glad that it kind of makes me glad that today is the day I do request and comm stuff because oh, Art Fight is a different beast, basically. Hmm. Is that? No, that's got to be hair. No think required. Yeah. Well, kind of. There is some thought to all this, but Yes, it's just that Art Fight is Art Fight has specific kind of requirements to it that I don't want to get wrong. And it's not like I don't want to put the effort in on this. It's just that this isn't like organized. This isn't quasi competitive. Like this doesn't net me any. This doesn't net me points, or get me told off if I miscategorize it. Mm. To go around to the reds. It's kind of this color. Oh dear, that's going to take a lot of fixing. Yeah, I suppose when I'm tired, naturally I naturally gravitate towards what is familiar. Familiar being bed. Now we'll want a similar area for that, but let's get this. Too big? Oh, maybe not. Bed is familiar. Find familiar. I'm glad that finding my bed does not cost me 10 gold in incense every night. That is truly capitalist. That is truly the hell of capitalism there. Well, that takes me back to the first campaign I ran, the first proper D&D campaign that I ran. It was 5th edition, a few years ago now, but I had this one incredibly creative player. Had a little bit of trouble remembering the rules, but was very good at not not getting the same rule wrong twice. And uh, for the second half of that campaign, she played uh, for the second half of that campaign, she played a bard, Adora, who, with magical secrets, did the absolutely beautiful thing of pilfering. How was it? Find greater steed, and spent the entire duration of that character's stay in the campaign uh, on the back of a giant golden ram that had essentially the stats of a rhino with a fly speed. That thing that thing saved the campaign, but also was a constant pain in the ass for everyone. Because she tried to use it to jump a wall once. Or she tried to make a quick escape over a wall, and this was in the middle of a city, hit the wall, demolished it. But then later on, that ram and Adora herself were instrumental in wresting a critical weapon from the hand or from the teeth of a winter wolf known as Gressel. And the weapon was the only way they could kill the final boss. So she didn't end up wielding the weapon. She wasn't equipped to do so. That was picked up by Freya, the tiefling who had been the final boss's kind of personal hatred for a while. Player made plot device of downloading more RAM. That's cheeky. That's cheeky. Very bardic. Isadora would approve. I don't. I can't believe you've made this joke. So, like she was a wonderful player in by pretty much every metric. As I say, didn't always have the perfect grasp on the rules. Didn't try and exploit them. Notably, it wasn't kind of rules lawyering and trying to min max things. It was literally just she didn't remember them or didn't really didn't really know them in the first place. And when she was informed in the rules, she would write it down. She had a notebook. Came up with incredibly creative out-of-the-box solutions the entire time. There was she was great at getting the other players out of their shell because I guess I'm not. I have talents, but I can speak publicly like a pug. Lots of sort of sniffing, sniffling, licking my own nose. I can do public speaking well enough if I have an idea of what I'm saying first. But getting people out of their shell, not really my ability, but she had this knack to doing so. That I was very much grateful for the entire time she was part of the campaign. Okay, you're going to need this treatment. Oh, that sucks. Damn thin feet. Goddamn thin feet. And those faint white like specks, those can't even just be ignored because those little the little thin white lines, those are very visible. To that, back to this, and it's going to be a darker shade and a smaller brush. I'd have to find a way to get Demi into Path if I was to ever play it again. I mean, uh, here's the important question. Here's the important question: how does Demi fight? Do you prefer weapons? Do you prefer unarmed? Because if you prefer to make him an artificer, which is like with high strength for the weapons and such, there are some very easy ways to do that. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Actually, There is a. Like I have two ideas. I have two ways you could do that straight away. Um, it is brawler. This one. It's not that. I've lost the name. Oh, here we go. And where is the other one? No. Oh, here we go. Um. So, fights with the power of mind of his mind. By that I mean technology. Then, the most sensible thing, I think, like the best way I'd say to do to do Demi, if you wanted to keep the Artificer stuff, as in the Artificer general skill set, it would be Golem Fist Magus, given that they get up to 6th level spells, they get good armor, and their main method of method of melee is with technically speaking, it's a construct fist that you can that you can modify again abilities, but that would substitute for the incredible strength of his right arm. The other option for no magic would be the constructed pugilist. Same thing, much more martial focused with bonus combat feats and a constructed arm. And either way, the like creating things is not a class specific thing. You just need to have a decent int score, which Magus and Brawler typically both have, and uh, and the appropriate craft skills. So craft wondrous for most worn items, craft arms and armor for weapons and armor, forge ring craft rod, inscribe magical tattoo, etc., etc. It is wonderfully easy to play a crafter in Pathfinder. And both of them are pretty damn solid things. Magus, I have a good deal of fondness for spell strike, because you can hit someone with your fist and with a spell at the same time. Had to finish that sentence before I coughed. It was vital. I don't know what the route would be in Pathfinder Second Edition, because apparently they kind of screwed crafting as well in that. I'd say from experience, no one really cares how I play Demi. It's more so fitting his lore and Zonov into their game. That would always be a difficult thing. Yes. Uh, Typically, when it's I have a couple of characters that are specifically Planeswalker capable, or meant to be traveling into other settings, but for most part, those still fill the standard D&D TTRPG character stuff. So even if they're just coming from another world, they can still be used. I only have a couple that specifically break that pattern. One of them being Hannah, the Goliath I was painting, or the half giant I was painting before. When I take a character, I almost habitually build NPCs. I am the forever GM, and as part of populating my world, as part of designing my setting, I build NPCs for it, and I will often stat those out because I really enjoy how Pathfinder's character creation process is. So I'm left with all of these NPCs with kind of theoretical stuff in their story, but nothing concrete, because I am worse without an inspiration. So what I will typically do, if I have a character from my setting that I want to convey into someone else's, I will strip out the backstory temporarily. It'll be their character personality and the loose defining points about what they are. And play a campaign as them in that other setting, and use that campaign's information, use the story that character goes through to inform what they are like, to inform the kind of story they had in my setting. It allows me to use just an easy way to use characters as extra planar without having to and develop their story without having to necessarily necessarily require another GM to fit them wholesale into a setting, which can often be a red flag. So I would at least consider something of that sort. Like I personally, I wouldn't there's a lot of technology that I wouldn't want to be dealing with in my setting. Not at least Immortalitas maybe. Demi's also one of the few characters I have that actually enjoys wearing more formal clothing. I have a mix. I like a good suit. Hannah doesn't. Who does? Triana doesn't. Triana will always wear an open shirt or something that shows off her figure. Her foreground. Oh, right, I got those wrong. Right, yes, that is... it's all about how well fitted it is, I guess. A well fitted suit is always quite comfortable to wear. It's just most times people don't have a well fitted suit. Most people have off the rack stuff, and that's never going to be quite right. So let's see, we now have... Go into the orange. So, and then down to here, yellow. But yeah, I'd consider something like that using, if you play them in other worlds, using the campaign to inform the story without necessarily requiring a DM put stuff in. Though his clothing also explains a lot due to military background of trying to conquer a planet, comfort and murder all in one. That I like. Not the murder. I am a big fan of detail of a character subtly informing what their history is. And yes, it can be as kind of straightforward as comfortable in military clothing, has a military background. That's a fairly straightforward one. But when I write a description of a character, I have to load it with so much visual information that hints at loads of things that people never actually really need to learn about, because I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it because I need to remember what I was doing. Like, I need to remember my own what I thought of the character and what I meant for them to be. Right, that's Demi's. Oh, not quite. Demi's flat's done. A little bit more to do on him. Like that. Make it darker. Yeah, covering someone's appearance in hints as to the kind of thing as to their past and what informs how they act is very good storytelling. Oh, what the hell? Demi's defining emotion is "I'm dead. I don't have time for this." Yes. Yeah. You've been quite clear about it. about planting that feel of like too tired to give a shit anymore. Whoops. Oh no, no. I need first. It's no, it's a very distinct difference from how I've done my Immortals. They aren't it's not necessarily a case of they still take time on everything, but it's the long view in Arturium is definitely quite unlike yours. Um, the long view in Arturium means to get invested. It means to repeatedly involve yourself in uh, the trials and the misfortunes of other individuals, because that's what's worth continuing for. Yes, there's also that I'm tired, leave me be. Walking around in a dead body is hard. Look, you ain't special. We all feel like that. Yeah, the time knife. We've all seen it. Oh, yeah. Thanks for. That's neat. The bot actually worked this time. It's yeah. Basically, I'm dead on the inside and out now. To be honest, that's another character style I want to do that I never got a chance to. I almost did with General Ardo, but I want to play a character at some point who dies and gets back up purely because just purely because they aren't done. And it's not like divine power that keeps them back. It's just I'm not finished yet. I have work to do, and I'm not going to let death just leave it like that, and turn that into a kind of furious determination to see the task through. Essentially how a revenant is meant to be played. The class, yeah, to the I'm not finished yet. The I didn't hear no bell. The what was it? Brain. How the original 5e Revenant was meant to play. You know, the one that gave you picked this race and you got a year and a day at most, along with a task that you needed to complete, which was never going to work as a race. But yeah, let's get a. Yeah, I realized I wanted to finish Demi on stream because I hadn't made the Forge as a space that interesting, and My usual streams end with me getting the line art and flats done half the time, and then people not seeing the shading until the supercuts, until the montage comes out on YouTube. But yeah, the General Ardo was going to be the perfect kind of I'm not done yet character because she was already like that. She was distinctly mortal. She was at least she was a um originally like default 5e. She was a battlemaster fighter fire genasi. I got to briefly use her for a campaign using the Kibbles Tasty Warlords adaptation from 4th edition, where I made her uh, a noble scion, a noble presence warlord. So she got some charisma points to AC instead of a shield, and her various things to heal people, relocate them faster, ways to get them around the battlefield, and her entire thing, and I love this style of play, is battlefield control and ally manipulation. Like we ended up on the train in Eberron, where with against a load of enemies with pistols, and half of them were at the wrong end of the train to us. And if we tried to get, and we were going to have trouble if we tried to get up to them. So instead, what I do is on my turn, I shout at the Grung Monk. The Grung Monk gets 30 foot of movement without provoking, and is immediately right between the two people who were going to be a problem for us. I'm lucky in that I managed to pilfer most of the players from that campaign when it died. And we still don't know why it died. The DM was originally doing, I think, had to stop for exams or something, but kind of never came back, and it was really bad. It was really unfortunate because that was the most fun I have ever had in a 5e game, unquestioningly. The fire is dead, but the coals still kindle. I mean, that was the character's general feel from the start. Like this was a I literally made her. I'd literally done the thing you don't do and given her an epic backstory at level 3. She was a general. She was a general in the military. I think it's the Karnath military. She had led battalions. She had won many duels. She had been an incredible, dangerous, tactical foe 20 years ago. However, being crushed by an Anis hag had broken most of her bones, left her, and after recovery she needed a cane, which she substituted with her sword to walk properly, and struggled to get around it generally. She always moved slowly. She was cantankerous, constantly complaining. Everything was ridiculous. It was such a violently jaded viewpoint. But when you actually got down to it, she cared deeply. Like after the party started to kind of connect with each other and got invested, she like she would always complain that she was getting too old for what they were doing. She was always too old for this, but she'd always go because she was damn sure she wasn't going to let these young folk do the job. She wasn't about to let them die on her watch. And if asked, she'd say she's not that old. Yeah. And the fun thing I enjoyed that wasn't anything mechanical. It was just how I had her act. It was narrative stuff, but there was nothing backing it up. Whenever she was in a fight, she would seem unhurt. as though her bones had never been broken, as though she had never been crippled. Demi always has the excuse of I'm too old for this shit. Oh, that made it even funnier because the party included a furbolg, who's fine. The party also included a drow who is over 10,000 years old, due to like shenanigans and memory loss and such. This incredibly old drow, and I believe whatever those synthetic people are in Eberron that look like elves, similar aging as well. And the general is 40. Like most of the party is older than her, but she'd always call them young. She'd always call them kids. They were always kids because at least they couldn't if because they just couldn't that was the life they hadn't lived a life where they had retired yet. It was genuinely very fun playing this apparently cantankerous character that in truth cared very deeply and very intensely, and is why she was still fighting 20 years later. But yeah, that archetype, that class, the warlord, was so much fun. Like my term was always giving other people my attacks, and um, like moving them around or giving them hit points for killing a target was. And honestly, I liked the commander role in Fori when I played it too. I've only played Fori twice. One character was a striker using the assassin, specifically the Essentials Assassin, which was very boring for me. It was just move and attack, like a lot of 5e. But the other character I played, Nemu, was the most bizarre mixture of powers I've ever seen, and was a commander. My entire job was giving other people attacks and healing them, and that was so much fun for me. I think probably because it didn't rely on my dice. I could reliably gift someone attacks, and know that they were getting the attack, that I wasn't going to fail to give them something. Same with the healing. I couldn't fail to heal them. Uh, and for all the problems Fori had, I did enjoy that, and its ritual system. That was nice and accessible. Funnily enough, the thing I the thing I liked most about 4E, the combat edition, was not participating in the combat, which is probably a little condemning of it. And it's probably the same reason I don't particularly like Pathfinder Second Edition, because my favourite parts about the edition that Pathfinder 2 is coming from are the bits that it didn't keep, are the bits that it didn't focus on. Shit. I still plan to give it a try. Just not too quickly. Who knows? Maybe I'll do it on stream if I can get a streamer-friendly party together in my time zone. In the campaign Demi's in, he's basically the party dad, always helping his party in their hometown as much as he can. But he still has that "I'm too old for this shit" attitude, I'm guessing. I'm too old and dead for this. Yeah, like the party parent who the cantankerous old person who still very visibly cares is is kind of brilliant. Always, even with rubber arms and a very powerful power source. Yes. Well, as I said, I always had the general complain about being about I always had the general calling everyone else in the party kids, even when some of them had literal centuries or millennia on her. So it's really when age is relative matters as a statement, because the general was old. She didn't have as many years, but she was definitely old. I completely lost track of time there. I thought it had been. I glanced at the clock a little bit ago and thought it was coming up for 10, but no, it's not been quite as long. Demi is in fact the oldest regardless. He lived through Zion's creation, to 2 wars and being killed on an atomic level. I mean, yeah, you said he was there at the start. So it does take a little bit of the comedy out of it, given that he is literally physically too old for this shit compared to someone who comparatively is not, but definitely acts like it. The other that brings to mind my very brief time as Princess Vendress, a uh, a a dark elf who is currently staying at the court. Uh, I I was always going to play her as kind of prissy, as definitely a good person, definitely working to better her people, but also kind of snooty and still having some of that kind of noble air to her, even if she wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. And uh, we unfortunately didn't get to play much of that campaign because most of the players were in person. I was the only one phoning in, and midway through the session, and this was peak this was peak dark times. One of them one of the people got a message saying they tested positive for the big coof, and things had to be called off, and unfortunately never picked back up. Though later on with other stuff from that DM, I have learned that I wouldn't have enjoyed Vendress anyway, given that I dear, I forgot to put that in. Given that he doesn't drive that DM doesn't drive well with social campaigns, let's say. Uh, let's see. But even meeting very old NPCs in this world, he always says it when they send him on quest. He doesn't say it out loud, but I'm too old for this. At least I got this little family. Yeah. Yeah, the general would have understood that. Oh, that was. I think he'd be. I think he'd. I think he would vibe well with this thing as well. I described her as a character as someone who would shake her sword at God for being a dumb bastard. She is absolutely the sort, like, because as far as she's concerned, she has well outlived her time. Every day for her is a bonus day, so there is nothing that people could do to actually intimidate her. and it just let me like viciously taunt the enemies during the entire fight. I didn't have vicious mockery, though I probably should have gotten it um, as a backup as a backup standard action. But yeah, my campaign is always party driven, especially since it's very open ended. Yeah, I just know that this GM didn't really have the start. It wasn't really that good at that kind of at narrative at social stuff, and I love me my social characters. Almost everyone I've played, in fact, I think everyone I've played except for my current 5e character, Mahela, is social based. Vendris was, Kova was, Lucin was, and then it got more social as time went on. Um, so was Alvetha. Like, I I can't stand being unable to have impact in what my character says. So uh, I can't stand not being able to give proper impact to what my character says. So I almost always play the charisma ones, and I'm going to briefly just diverge to say that that's one of the things I appreciate about Pathfinder is that it is possible to play a social character, a very charismatic one, without charisma through use of empathic diplomat and bruising intellect, which gives you intimidate and uh, diplomacy as intelligence and wisdom skills, respectively. I That's not a sales pitch. That's just a thing I really like. There's this whole X to Y guide online for how to replace, like what features there are available to replace things with other things, like the various ways to get unarmed charisma to AC. Scaled fist being the main one. How to get into AC, which is much harder. That requires the Child of War prestige class. But yes, I've learned that characters like Kova do better in his campaigns, where there is much more violence to be done. Because even though Kova was charisma based and had fairly solid intimidate, most of the time she was a blender, turning into a dragon and chewing on everything. Several encounters in that campaign we just ignored because Kova would have eaten them, or they would have seen the dragon in the party and decided not to try. See, I didn't mean for Demi to become the face of the party, but he kind of is. Yeah, I have a friend like that who has dealt with that too. In fact, he ended up as the face of the party he ended up as the lawful good-looking face of the party as a chaotic evil character. Um, and even then, when he got tired of being the face because he really didn't want to in the first place and switched out for um, a fighter with charisma as a dump stat, he still ended up being the party face because none of the others had gotten used to it. It's like being a forever DM, the forever face. I'd gladly take that role. That and crafting, I love to be the crafter. That's why I started dipping into Artificer at the end of my campaign. I'm always the crafter even if I play something other than Artificer. Yeah. Again, I would be in 5e, but 5e's crafting is dog shit, so. I guess that's yet another reason I like Pathfinder. I don't have to be an artificer to actually be effectively crafting things, because there is a fully functional non-magical crafting system for arms and armor and alchemical items and all the other junk that you can make. And there's a what is it? There's a I need blue for this. And there is a fully functional magical crafting system to complete the look that doesn't require a class, just requires you to well, it does require a class. It requires you to be a caster of some kind, unless you go the master craftsman route, in which case you can do arms and armor and wondrous items without even that. That would have to be the pugilist route. Actually, if you did that, you'd have to take that. It also gates the 3 and 5 feats down to 7 and 9 as a result, because you can't get Master Craftsman before level 5. I don't like some of the feat taxes. I get why they put Master Craftsman there, because the idea of if you could make it a thing you take immediately, it would make magical crafting kind of less, but at the same time, like, the marshals still need the help. That's why Spheres of Power happened. A lot of characters end up being the face even without mental stats, true that. It is, that is the standard unfortunate pattern of these things. Because whether or not your character is charismatic often does not help with does not in any way inform whether you are. The player that wants to have the say, and the players that don't want to, end up kind of deciding that by themselves. Still, I hate playing Mahala's charisma. It's an 8. Like, that's not even that bad, but it just sucks for someone who wants to be able to participate in conversations but can't say anything particularly compelling. Like Tyr, all mental dump stats, but like he says, you have to be blunt like an axe. It's the Sergeant Vimes approach. You're not necessarily stupid, just simple. Liking the simple approach to things. I don't typically have many low mental characters. Even more so now in Pathfinder, because they're important to so much other things. Technically the best, I guess, yeah, definitely. I guess charisma is the standard mental dump stat in Pathfinder, because it doesn't even have a save associated, a sove. No sove is associated. He is a very simple man. Sometimes, as was said, that is exactly what you need. Something I learned as a player, when the party gets too bogged down thinking of what they want to do, overthinking specifically, is to just pick the one everyone had actually already agreed on and do it. Because at that point, they're probably not actually going to object. And even if you're wrong, It's still plot, still makes things move forward. When I first played Tyr, he was a pugilist fighter in 5e, a monk without being a monk. How did that work out in terms of like setup? Because I know there's that two-weapon fighting. There's that unarmed fighting thing you can pick for fighters now that gives them a d6. And was it just like heavy armor plus fists, or found homebrew? Okay, found a thing for that. To be fair, there is the pugilist, the actual pugilist class that someone made for 5e, and I can't remember who it's by, is considered like I imagine, given you called it a fighter, it wasn't that, but the pugilist class someone made is one of the most like one of the best built bits of homebrew in the in 5e. And it is good that the OGL thing got sorted on in our favor, because otherwise we would have lost stuff like that. Allowed to wear light armor, get strength plus dex plus armor as AC. Seems kinda strong. Okay, now this and this. But even that leaves a thin white line. But if I was wearing anything more than that, I'd lose out on a lot of things. To be perfectly honest, light armor plus strength and dex mod, like that is kind of a dream for that's a dream for a lot of light armor users, because that's very easy to do. Like I'd have loved that in uh, in some of my games. That's incredibly powerful. A little bit more. That's yeah. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I need a more red color. Oh, I whether it's something that's appreciated by your gaming preferences or not, you may get a little bit of a kick out of Alvetha, who uh, by this level, um, I had built as such that as long as it specifically required 16 hit dice to activate, and we had gotten a few bonus hit dice, but I would have gotten it in a couple of levels anyway. And there was a feat I could have taken to reduce that even further. But the thing was, I had taken something called the Blessing of Arshea, which was a feat that anyone can get, requires 3 ranks in Knowledge Planes, and that's it. And specifically, it was Celestial Obedience, and the first tier of it wasn't much, granted a couple of neat little daily spells. The other thing, though, oh dear, I've missed a bit there. The thing it granted at 16th level, or 16th hit dice, 16 hit dice compared to 12, was Flawless Form, which meant as long as the character wore no armor and only revealing clothing, I added my charisma to AC. Surprise! Oh, are we talking about Alvetha? Hey, Skipper. Yes, we are, briefly, at least. I was just mentioning, given the chatting about AC calculation, I mentioned how Alvetha was able to calculate hers. Her AC is yes. She was the hardest to hit in the entire campaign. And like many things, sad to not see closure. And the very awkward thing is that, well, for me, Alvetha, I could relocate her. But I imagine because of the particular plot Sunny was going through, she is much harder to move. Because that's something that's harder to restart. I'd be willing to work with it. It's not that it's. Honestly, I don't think Sunny and Alvetha would fit in Zonov either. I mean, you've already told. I've already told you. Also, you would really struggle to to keep them what they were like mechanically. And like I've told you my misgivings on a place like Zonov where it's too anachronistic for me. As I always say, there is something always stronger. That still doesn't really help though. Doesn't really address the trouble, given that like they were like it put throwing them midway through their current story into a different world where the entire balance of power is radically different would in itself be a massive shift. And just transporting them to that world wouldn't work either because of the nature of the story they're in. Sure, they could theoretically be transported, but it wouldn't be good progression for them. It would require backward steps. It's the slightly unfortunate thing of they are very closely tied to what is currently going on and how they have gotten to where they are. Mm. No, but it's fun to see people panic when I drop an insane fight against them. Yeah. Honestly, the Pathfinder shift would mess with you because there is already a scale that you would struggle to put another party in with. Like you're not dealing with an average AC. You're not dealing with an AC of 55 and 7 attacks of opportunity around. As fun as they were, it was also kind of difficult because of the because I had started I got to the point where I kind of wasn't enjoying the character anymore because I wasn't getting to use any of the abilities that I had spec'd into. Like my whole thing was persuasion, and I had rolled like I'm not sure if I'd rolled any important persuasion checks. my most impactful checks in that game had been the three dance checks where I'd rolled a nat 20 each time, or something of that sort. Anyway, uh, Skipper, how are you doing today? Now that you're back from German Shepherd. That's wrong color. Mm, 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 mm. Right, that would be no, it wouldn't be like that. Uh, no, not striking enough. There. This is the best way to do this. Does can't access it while like that. Okay. I was hoping I could change the feathering on the fill bucket to not. Okay. There we go. That. All right. Just glancing over at references again, thinking about what I can do. Let's put that stuff on here as well. I should learn the hotkeys. Really should learn the hotkeys. I've got Dorito chin. Silly thought just came back to me from before. And I'm going to make this top darker again. The one I'm humming along to, but it isn't the song. The voices, the words in the head. We have the inside of the actual forge to do. Darken this. Right, and I'll do it all in this dark tone. It's going to be scorched in there anyway, so it's going to be even darker. And back to that very, very dark for this bed of coal. Sounded like a wahoo! Withers to life. Wait, that's not how that works. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, Neo. But you're here now, and you're not leaving. Where did the door go? No, you see, you ate the food, trapped in the fake hut forever. And unfortunately, as you can see, all we have for food is lots of burnt potatoes. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do potatoes. Oh, I see. I ate the door. Well, you did it. Don't 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 look past the hinges. Yeah, don't think too hard about it. Just enjoy the burnt potatoes. But yes, world building the Aztec-like Naga Empire at the moment. Kind of fun, except ChatGPT is being a dingus occasionally. Well, you see, there's the problem. You went to ChatGPT instead of a writer. I saw that little description you did, and that the little chunk you sent me, and I mean, like the Naga I'm used to don't even have fingers, so I'm not sure how they're managing that. Ah, Naga equals Lamia. Okay. Um. It. Yeah, no. A lot of it still seemed kind of air, like the moving of the arms, the slithering of the arms. That is just. That's just two Naga dancing at each other. That's that little wiggly arm dance. And no, the didn't. It wasn't really. Well, wouldn't really say it was to my liking. try that again. A common form of greeting among the Naga involves a gesture known as the serpent sway. As they approach each other, Naga individuals bring their hands together in a prayer-like position. Then they move hands in a fluid, undulating motion, reminiscent of a snake slithering movement again. God, yeah, it's like there's no actual. It's so. It's so cartoonishly. We are Snake. Hello, look at Snake. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a people's greeting. It feels like actors. It feels like the actors in Avatar, as in The Last Airbender, trying to recreate the like, yes, hello, I am Toph. I am blind, but I speak, but I can see you by, uh, with sound waves I pick up with my voice. Ah, like it's that kind of, it's giving me that kind of vibe. That's like it's an outsider looking in rather than an insider looking out. So yeah, not so yeah. That just let's just say some assembly required. Oh, I forgot to paint the oil. I'll do that in a second. Hundreds and thousands of bricks. I need that to give a faint roughness to it. Now, yeah, I would look more at the cultural side of them. I wouldn't. I don't know. ChatGPT still feels icky to use. It's like how like the way I did it with my snake people. The hen bee is they're cold-blooded, so they hug to share warmth. I did, however, give it a follow-up prompt, a less cartoonish and more alien, please. Okay. telling it off for being dumb in the process. All right, I'm back. Welcome back. I'm just being told about ChatGPT failing to do prompts properly, or doing them in such a way that they're not that helpful. Sounds about right. Yeah. Well, it's not a tool I'd ever want to use myself anyway, so. Now we bring back Demi, the now by far the brightest thing. Oh, I have to do the anvil. And I'll wait a second. I want to do this while I remember. That and that. Don't know why those two pixels don't count as either, or those two. Sorry about Demi's wonky ass arm. No, it's fine. The entire reason I decide to start doing these things, like these requests that I've gotten and just kind of random fan art and such, is it helps me learn how things look like that. That invert. And oh, no, I buggered that up. Okay, there we go. So then, yeah, like as I say, to be fair, I think I did an okay job of it. Down there. Put the sharpness back up. Just getting rid of the spray tan that's accidentally bled into the rest of the shirt. And the apron. Oh, one last thing. I'm waiting with bated breath for Neo's latest prompt now and to see what the thing made of alien. Reminds me of the makes me I'm also reminded of the mindfulness AI thing that generates generates a handful of really good prompts, but then just a load of dumb stuff, and then what's it? Oh no, that's not right. There we go. And then a load of ones that are delivered with the intent of sounding motivational, but are actually just kind of scary sometimes, kind of other times kind of murderous. Or funny thing is, in my world, the demons are mostly white and plaster looking. Yeah, the kind of the black to light stuff is something I kind of seemed like a decent idea for a contrast. The Naga greeting. Physical contact is a key element. As two meet, they extend their upper bodies toward each other. Snake-like. Yes, they are definitely snake-like. Elongating gracefully to close the distance. Eyes lock, expressing a profound connection as they communicate non-verbally rather than traditional speech. Naga greetings involve a complex exchange of vibrations and subtle hissing sounds. Yeah, closer. Like the vibrations and hissing, that's just different kind of language. That kind of works, but telepathic Naga. Yeah, you're having fun with your AI, but it's not giving you a great deal of help. Damn it. Miss Chunks here to repaint. It's good to get chunks of decent text that you can then tweak. Okay. We're almost done on the basic cards. At least I'll be able to get to I'll be able to start shading shortly. Turning into a steak myself. Shortly. Mm. I like it, but I find it difficult to just start with things. I mean, so do I, but my answer to that is to ask people rather than outsourcing, rather than crowdfunding creativity like that. Just doesn't sit right with me. Even before I started doing art again. No, Perhaps it's the association it has with AI art too, I imagine. No, it doesn't need to because uh, oh, you heard like half your reply. Ish. Um, it's like I was like that before I even started doing art again. It's not the association with AI art. It's the same thing. AI writing and AI art are the same thing. They are replacing creative industries with homogenized lumps and like uh, indie teams that produce novel things get a great deal of praise for for being different like that rather than just the same kind of mass-made fun by corporation games and movies and whatever. Uh, like they get praise for that because their stuff is interesting and standout. But the same thing with AI. It's creativity by committee, and it just kind of tosses out, especially all of the individual people who are even letting it generate that stuff. Like writing is creative too, and I don't like to see that being is a creative industry too, and I don't like seeing that being sort of walked all over either. Right, take that down. Like I, the thing with the AI art stuff is that I recognize the skill of the people who programmed the AI in the first place. I recognize that um, it's not just mashing together art pieces and creating something that is just the sum of those, that it is being trained to learn patterns, but it is nevertheless replacing artists. And uh, for the sake of every other artist as well, who wants who doesn't want their passion and the thing they have excelled at to be turned into another kind of like mass marketed, mass produced thing in the hands of corporations. Fair, my goal isn't intention. My goal or intention isn't just to copy paste. Certain subjects I simply aren't knowledgeable about, so it's nice to just paste some basic idea in and get some decent output to revise and use. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna put sour tastes in my mouth. So yeah, I get your point. I'm not attacking. I'm not attack. I'm not. It's not an attack against you. It's just the AI stuff in general. Just all rubs me the wrong way. So it's something I will continue to avoid using, just on moral grounds. On a different question, I don't know anything about this OC, but why does his arm have an arm? If Demi is here, I think Demi is still around. He is welcome to fill you in if he likes, or I can say to the best of my understanding. Oh god, this section up here has had nothing. So, I do know, I do believe I know the answer at least. So I'll see if he decides to weigh in over the next couple minutes first. And there we go. Oh. As a total aside, I take issue with calling ChatGPT and similar artificial intelligence. It's not intelligent, but calling it what it rightly is, a neural network, doesn't carry the same appeal to the general public, who will likely recognize AI but won't recognize NN. That's fair. That's a fair point. It's that matter of the actual intelligence. And there you go. There is the explanation. The arm is a fusion of his own and his wife's after they both basically killed each other at an atomic level. Demi later reformed himself, but also took some of his wife's body to reform himself as he was incomplete, leading to that arm looking like a mixture of two arms in one. Pretty dark. Yeah. Okay. Now. Which are the very dark colours. Now, I believe it is time we can finally start shading. Son of his dark place. Yes, lots of death, but also a lot of harmony between its people. It's a problem mostly for me that I have tomorrow off. Not from streaming, I'm doing Art Fight, but just going to hop up to close my windows. Closed the window and accidentally kicked a box containing a graphics card for the second time this week. I hope the card is alright, because it's worth a couple £100. Lighting, let's get me some actual light color. capacitor. The carpet's all right. Yeah, the card will probably be fine. The card will be fine, I reckon. Okay. No, no, I need that lighting. Lower opacity, and oh, it already has all of the attenuation I can give it. Okay, no, that's not actually looking half bad. put all the fade back to normal. Opacity slightly up a little because I want at least an okay shading over the bottom of these. Okay. Well, I'll do all the shading on this area because it's all going to be roughly the same. This shelf will also be the same. It's only the top one that'll be any different. Need more practice with shading. That down. Reduce that because there's actually a fair amount of light in this scene, isn't there? Because there's the light coming from there, which will mean things are probably a little bit darker than usual, but there's going to be darkness here. And we have a fairly distinct shadow that would be here. Okay, well, I'll halve that. No, I don't need that. Put the opacity back up to full. Yeah, there we go. And then put it back down. because it hits there and then it obviously gets brighter. There's light is going to come in, cast down this way, which means there's going to be a loose shadow across this entire section of the room. But it'll only concentrate in these kind of areas. And under here, of course, that goes down, so that'll be all of that. And here, I suppose. At least for that bit, anyway. Each of... right down here. A little bit more to do in this little lower bit. Basic environment stuff done and a bit of Demi's shadow. Let's move back in on the boy. It's going to be distinct shading just in these areas. Just tucked under the thumb there. On either, there will be on the close side of the hand. Under here, of course. Where else? It's just back there. Because we have a front source and a rear source. So it's mainly the higher and lower parts that'll actually be shaded, like the top of his head will be more shaded than the sides. Then if we go to the lighting, we can put some no. Not sure what the best way to deal with this is. Because those currently do just make him look like he's dyed his hair. Shadows will be... Oh yes, they'll be inside the hair as usual. No, that's still lighting. That's not dark enough. There's going to be streaks of shading all under here. Inside the ear. And on this side of the face, so he's facing, yeah. Whereas then I have to figure out how to orange the top. Which just sounds like a perplexing statement. Wait, no, it doesn't need to do that. It just needs to be catching where it would reflect on him. Much better opacity, much more lighting. And again up there, fainter, along here, there. It's already kind of there. I wonder if I just put it as the default color. Right, wrong thing, that's the anvil. Can't color the anvil. With another layer to make it more visibly orange. No, the faded one looks better. To lighting, there'll be a mild amount around there, but it is mostly, that's mostly going to be shaded. Down you go. Am I still working with partial softness? No wonder. Need. No, that doesn't work. It has to be a proper color substitute. Just these little bits here. Scenery, back to the shading, I guess. No, we'll actually want the it's a bit of a messy thing trying to get the shading on all these things. Sometimes you do just have to use the actual color and paint over what you've done before. That. But the opacity settings in this are really finicky and precise. Oh, on the topic of a different part of my old world building, I've gotten a really good idiom figured out for the colony culture that Mario comes from. Oh, if I break you, our people grow weaker. If I let you get off lightly, you grow weaker. Hmm. My lip's been bleeding. Oh dear. And I've slightly dented my finger from pressing the button on the on this pen so much. More orange. And I think this is the decent way to do. To go. What's the best way to do on? Like this. Yeah, brutal meritocracy is right, and it definitely fits for Mari as a character. Sticking a bit about here where we get the partial reflection. Like the rest is lighter. There's an actual reflection to send back there. I don't know how to do the reflection, but I do know how to get it light enough to kind of feel like it. At least the first part of the idiom stresses that don't overdo the breaking part. Yeah, kinda. A little breaking is okay, alright, Zangief. So, what do we do here? Right. Pale here, because there is the yeah, because that's just straight up the only the window is really shading that hammer. Though I guess we do a tiny little bit down the back there. Let's see. It's about time, so I'm going to call it there, I think. Do the little bit more, do the rest of the little bit of shading. So I've done. I've still unfortunately got a lot of other kinds of things to be getting on with. But so I'll be finishing the last little bit of shading off stream, I think. The next stream will be tomorrow. That's going to be Art Fight. Hopefully I can actually get an attack on someone this time. Been a bit of a fight to get that to work. Oh wait, this button has escaped me apparently. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. The slightly janky follow because this thing seems to think everything is going at once. I will figure that out one day. But nevertheless, oh, my thing. Oh, there we go. Things updated. Took a few seconds. Welcome Neo to the court. Your stay here will be permanent but tasteful. Yes, I'm going to quickly find someone for us to raid, and it looks like Keystar is just about to start an art stream, so I will queue up that. I'm going to put. Let's grab a couple of emotes. Is there a hammer? Nope. Okay, that's definitely not going to work. I'll just tack a couple of these on. So that is that'll be the raid message today. So I will send you over. I'll hopefully see some of you tomorrow, where I'll be drawing more of other people's characters, and this will be up on the various places fairly soon. This piece probably will end up on Twitter, end up on Tumblr, the various social places. In case anyone is wanting to find those in this day and age of everything being so very interconnected. But that is all for me for now. So thank you for coming, and I'll see you next time.